I think we're good as golden. Oh wait, I still have music. Sorry. There we go. We're all sorted. Yep, I've got all of that stuff. Thank you. Okay, so let me just recap what happened last time in this case. So we're dealing with a suspicion of attempted murder by poisoning the dude was poisoned. There was a trial of that, and he came through. He's still alive, the victim, and he decided to come and testify. So, excuse me. He's decided to come and testify, and I don't know. He says that Saseki's tea that Saseki bought in he's absolutely sure that it contains poison, but that is not the case. We end up focusing on the gas meter in his room because one of the jurors is the wife of the owner of the gas company and the boss of a dude that looked into the victim's room to keep an eye on his what he's been doing with the how did he get gas without paying in the gas meter. And so they're looking into that. Hi, Calico. Hello. Welcome. How are you doing today? Welcome. We're just recapping on what happened in the trial. And so I am very hungry. How are you? I am good. I just had lunch. I had kimchi ramen. No, what was I saying? Oh, yes. So we've been focusing on how the victim is paying for gas without the money. And we found out that he managed to pay the gas for gas with fake money that he used to make with ice in those bar of soaps, which is kind of insane. And the reason why obviously it was empty is because the gas meter was near the stove. It gets heated up and the coins melted and drain out through the hole underneath. Oh, super noodles. The kimchi noodles I had really taste like super noodles. I do love super noodles. I also had it with spring onion and cheese. I gotta have cheese with super noodles. Peanut butter, not a fan of. But I do love butter toast. Anyway, that's pretty much the extent of it. It's basically focusing on the gas meter, essentially, and how he paid for it, and that it could link to the poisoning case because we found out that the coins was red. It was red ice. So he didn't use water to make the ice coins. He was using tea, which shows that he hadn't drank the tea. So the question is, how was he poisoned? And hopefully this investigation will figure something out. Let us continue. 22nd of February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Woo! We made it back in one piece. Just. Sounds complicated. What is this? So this is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So you know the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney? This has happened before Phoenix Wright. It's super complicated. I don't know what is going on. That all happened yesterday. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Okay, I've never played either, only seen you play. Oh, I highly recommend them. You can easily get them from Steam now.
Oh, are you streaming?
Oh. Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me? I mute myself because someone was talking to me. Also, I got a Welsh cake. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. Indeed, Sasato. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You are very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is Sasato. She is our judicial assistant. She is so cute. Yes, I know. It was a marvellous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sasato. I wouldn't have done it without you. You were amazing too. Now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time. Let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Let's go! Yes, let's do that. Is everything all right? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer. I mean, in the Old Bailey, no less. I can't believe Old Bailey's the name of the courtroom. It still sounds like it's a pub. Maybe it's both. I wouldn't be surprised. Be Victorian England. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. Ah, Kazuma. It should be Kazuma. No, we miss Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had a chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Sasato-san. Thank you. Hehe. We love Sasato-san. We wouldn't get through this without Sasato. Do we converse with her? So, let's recap. Today's trial. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? But this is the same day as the trial? Okay. When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. Yes, so the victim was poisoned. We thought he was dead, but it turned out he was just unconscious. He was probably temporarily dead. I don't know. He was probably temporarily dead. But he came back to life and he collapsed and he was in the coma and then he came back. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, it was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Saseki-san poisoning the tea. Just a little bit. I've forgotten about Saseki poisoning the tea. Careful with your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know. I'm sure of it. That is the victim, by the way. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'll be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? The same one where the last victim was? Her book has everything. Let me see. Ah, yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's as Londoners calls it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Oh yes, after Saseki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naoto-san. Yeah, I was gonna say. He didn't stab her. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Saseki-san an apology. So Saseki-san is the person who we're defending. We had defended him before because people thought he stabbed a woman in the back, but it turned out that wasn't the case. And now we have to defend him again because people think he's poisoned the tea for someone that he visited. So let's go see him. The problem is he always looks so guilty because he always looks so twitchy and anxious and so over the top. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. What's next? This is quite intriguing. It always hooks you. It always drags you in. I love murder mysteries. I'm going to find some more murder mysteries, interactive murder mysteries. Nancy Drew being the top of my list. So we know that Saseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. Yes, but as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. Could be anything else. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? Absolutely. And how was Saseki not affected? Maybe the poison came after Saseki left. I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Let's go. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Okay, so this is crazy. So what Shamspear did is that he printed a threepenny piece. Threepenny is like 3 pence in Victorian money. Indented the soap into it so that he can mold that shape with ice and use it to get the gas from the gas meter. Because the meter detects the shape and the size of a threepenny piece. And that's how he could get the gas. It's very... I can't really hate him on that. That's very, very clever. And he used ice because when they look into it, they can't see anything. It's completely empty because the ice melts and drains out the hole that he made underneath. It's very clever. He's very clever. Well, oh yeah, and the ice is made of tea. So the last time we saw it, it was red. So it was iced tea, threepenny pieces. Well, if you run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma's wishes. We're talking about Kazuma. Kazuma Masogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. So Kazuma Sogi was the best friend of Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke is our protagonist. Kazuma Sogi died in the second case. He accidentally got murdered? Does that make sense? How do I explain it? I try to remember what happened. He tripped over somebody else's cat and hit the back of his neck with a bedpost. Why? I can't remember. But yeah, that's Kazuma Sogi. He was supposed to be the lawyer coming to England, but unfortunately he died. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. This is him. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough. I'm sure no one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. That you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Ryunosuke was still a student. What was he a student of before a lawyer? Well, I can't force you, obviously. You have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better, that was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Kazuma's true intentions? Interesting. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean this. The sword? His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Oh, really? Well, here's the sword. Kuruma? Is that the name? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana, so surely he should be buried with it, right? Kuruma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did you mean by something very important that I have to do? I'd hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet I've not found a single clue. I see. Well, that's talking with Susato. Shall we move on? I suppose we go over to Holmes's suite. Let's go see Sherlock Holmes. Are we just going to every single place? 22nd of February, Holmes's suite. It's Iris! Oh no, it's Susie! Hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am! And you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Hey, Sherlock Holmes! Sherlock Holmes is the best! Aha! The wrongdoers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court. Oh, for Mr. Moustache's case. That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure you think you did. Ha 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 ha! I love him so much. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Holmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Holmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's a scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, indeed. What has he concocted? All right, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Am I talking to him? Looks like we're talking to him. I suppose we talked to him about Lord Van Zeeks, how he knows him. Lord Barrack Van Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. Well, that's not good. But we keep beating him. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage or drowning in the Thames? Or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman? There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Moustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. So wait, all the people... So if the defendants won the case against Reaper, they would die? Like what happened to Mr. McGill did. When he won the case, he got trapped and burnt alive. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand. As it happens, Mr. Sato, that is quite impossible. Oh? Why? If it's not Lord Van Zeek's, I'm sure he has like a fan group or something. Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. I wonder if Reaper has anything to do with Kazuma. In fact, it was the very day I arrived, when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death that coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Uno. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Oh, incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Wow. Alright, let's talk about this foul smell. So, what is that? Indescribably foul smell. Indescribably foul smell. Oh, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh, my! And there are some unscrupulous sorts of manning the stores along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports so to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavour. Well, that's certainly unsavoury behaviour. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris! At the ready, Hurley. Oh, we're testing it now. Let's go. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? Why do I now not want to make myself a tea? No, I'm currently drinking tea right now. I am happy to say that this is not poison. Do you see what happens? Oh, let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Living dangerously, absolutely. Living dangerously with a cup of tea. I am daring that way, absolutely. To this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It went black. It turned completely black. Okay. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Does that mean it's tea? I'm so confused. Indeed. The blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. Oh, based on it, how long it's been brewed? The blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. But now you've ruined the tea, so what's the point? It would appear that this cup is a particularly fine Darjeeling. I do love Darjeeling, that's really nice. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? I dare you to drink it. Why, dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? But, okay, so you tested, it became tea. The blacker the thing, the blacker the tea, the better the tea, and then dispose of it. That's a waste of tea! Why? That's a waste of tea. Surely if you test it to see if it's tea or not, you would want to drink it afterwards. Otherwise, what's the point? Sherlock, that's stupid! That's stupid! That's a waste of tea! You put a drop in it, you see, it's tea! As a matter of fact, it looks like a night sky. That means it's great tea. Can I drink it? No! You disposed it. That's dumb! There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Holmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madame. Right, okay. Maybe have it not affect the tea? Because I would just assume that if the tea turns black, something is wrong with the tea. Why not make it so that it doesn't affect the tea at all if it is tea? If someone made tea in front of me and got rid of it, I'll be mad. Same. Same. The point is because that would be a waste of tea. I would be really mad. The point is we are entering a new era of science in the world of criminal investigation also. He's finding ways to test poison. Okay, I let him slide. He did say it's just a test after all. Yes, forensic science! Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indecent was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Oh, wait, forensic science didn't come until Victorian times? I thought it was before that. Okay, now we're going to discuss about why Lord Van Zieks hates Japanese people. Alright, with Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zieks seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Holmes? It was about 10 years ago that Barak Van Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. Ooh, we're getting into the history of Lord Van Zieks. No! What the? Tell us more, Mr. Holmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... Wait, when he's a companion, does he mean that they were dating? The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. True, true. Well, I suppose we'll learn more as we go on. It's getting exciting. Also, Calico, if you want to... Hang on, let me get YouTube up. If you want to catch up with this series and become interested, I do post past streams on the YouTube channel. I'll put it up for you. I should really make a YouTube command. I keep forgetting to do that. There you go. So, alright. I may need to watch. Don't worry, it's on the playlist. I've been playing this again for way too long. Oh, but there's lots to cover. So, your T-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. But I do recommend playing it. You can easily get this from Steam. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels here. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Holmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Oh, is he discovering how to detect DNA? Yes, Sir Sherlock Holmes. Skin prints. A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Yes. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Bruno. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Holmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witnessed your forensic talents in action. Yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. Yes, Sherlock Holmes. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Sherlock Holmes is my favourite character in this. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye, Susie. Are we on the move? We are on the move. So we probably need to see Miss Green as well. We got Mr. Shakespeare's room. Briarwood, Mr. Garradeb's room, prison. Okay, alright. First off, I do need the loo. I will be right back. realize I was mute. I'm so sorry. So Sato was saying there is some sort of disturbance, but I didn't hear any disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh dear. Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken, my fit? You are looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. I hate it when he says that. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that moustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. Oh, he's still saying that Saseki poisoned him. I wish that you died from that poison. Oh, Jesus. I thought she's a sweet lady. God of mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigour still. Behold my sham-spear dance! Okay. Well, I hate this dude. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Hey, Shamspear. Oh, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? Okay, I can't speak like him. What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear? Mary, I do believe I am returned onto another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work. Easter fellow so dark clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But, oh, he went violent. That doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Oh, I think he's getting threatening. I feel like he bent that a lot. And non-exunt. I don't know what that means. I don't know if I pronounced it right. Oh, bye! Mr. Shamspear might technically be the victim in this case. But there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. No, I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Oh, Miss Green, is everything all right? Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. She's got a key around her neck. I wonder if that means anything. Is that the painting? Oh, what's this? This wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? Ah, I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. We do have that. That is a thing, wooden mannequins to... It's so that we'll be able to understand the human form in different poses. It says it there. It says it there. But it's not the most accurate. That's why in art classes we would have nude models, so that we understand the human forms better in different positions. Because we see how the muscles work, you see how how the body bends, and perception and things like that. Really? It's not exactly what you call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons. Yes, this is a person. Poor woman, I hope she hasn't read this. Yeah, that's a horrible thing to say. Although you do have do not feed the patient if they have to go to an operation. Because I suppose depending on the operation, you don't really should eat, only have water. Why? I don't know. Same goes for certain blood work. But yes. What about this one? Oh, this is like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Should we really be reading this? I don't think we should. But hey, we'll continue. Do not permit to run around the hospital. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so he or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. Oh, then who's the patient? Oh, there's this. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look, I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet door. There is? I can't see it. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mr. Sato. It's the same here. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that? Hehe. If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Well, I don't see a lock. Oh, I have no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow whilst you were half asleep as well. There are limits even to what I could do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mr. Sato. Lol. Anything else? I don't think so. I think we checked. Oh, do we need to talk to her? So are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. You're a very strong woman, lovely. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Well, I think that's everything. I'm not... Can't see anything else. We've already looked at some of them. I suppose we're on the move. Mr. Shamspear's room? Oh, I hope he's not there. I hope he's not there. 22nd of February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ground floor. Oh no, it's worse! It's Gregson! Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With a tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. Yes. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Oh dear, he's gone quiet. Why have they gone quiet? Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Oh, there's Sherlock! Sherlock is here! Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? Oh, Lord Van Ziek's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Oh, I could do with some chips. Well, at least he's honest. There's a gas meter. If you run out of change, you won't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. Wait a minute. There would be tea there. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamspear must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Shall we talk to Sherlock? And I cannot believe this. I'm going to need the loo again. I'll be right back. Alright, let's see what Sherlock wants. Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes. What are you up to over there? Hello, Holmes. What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi, what are you doing here, Holmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Holmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? Yes, I want to see it. With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madame. Let's see it. Ooh, goggles. He's wearing goggles. What's all this? What's all this indeed? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Sherlock Holmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Okay, that sounds so cool. Why can't ours scan things shaped like a gun? Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this. A refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. Ooh. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do that exactly? Ooh. A little press of space on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this. So is this a new mechanic? Oh, well, what is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. So, what am I spraying? So, can I spray anywhere? Okay. I have no idea what I'm spraying around. Okay. Oh shit! That is a lot of handprints. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are. A great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine a little bit. Like, what could happen? It's like somebody was up against a wall. Perhaps he was leaning against a wall while he admired this picture. Unlikely. I would say it's a rather dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't genuinely admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Yeah. It looks like he was pushing. This isn't the secret door, is it? Is it? Oh, very true, Mr. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery then. There's also a hole there. Oh, it's just the same thing. So... I feel like I've done it, most of it. Okay, well... I think we're good. Right? Like, how do I stop? Can I stop or am I just not done? I feel like I'm not done yet. Am I done? I'm genuinely confused. Oh, what about this? Okay. I'm done? How do I get out? I don't think I am done. I don't know what else I could do. This candle? I don't know. I have sprayed legitimately everywhere. I don't know what else to do. Wait, have we... There are dozens of handprints here. A great many indeed, so much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene after all. It is, it's just a church. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mr. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery then. That's it? Well... I'm done. I'm done. Is there anything I'm missing? Maybe it's something to do with the picture. Oh no. I don't know. I'm spraying everywhere. What can I do? Is there a way to get out? Oh, wait! Oh! I wouldn't notice that! Oh, look at all these here! Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Holmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Unless he's really good at handstands, then no, there isn't an obvious explanation. Huh. Ah, we needed to find the next clue. To be fair, that floorboard looks very, very odd. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there. And on the wall by the picture, you mean? That's creepy. Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. Just gonna check. What, it looks fake? What is it, Mr. Sato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo! One of the floorboards has popped out! One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mr. Sato! So, what do we have in here? Oi! What are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go to the secret hiding place! Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. Then let's go! No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips, whilst we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Holmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Ooh. A secret hiding place under the floor. What a find! This is exciting. It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. Let's go! It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh, I'll investigate at once. Go, Mr. Sato. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. I'm thinking he pushed it. No, but no. Can you push that wall? I don't think you can. Maybe he was looking at the picture really closely just because. Somebody took a picture. What was that? There you are. A print for you. Oh, thank you! Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on either side of a hanging picture. Can we have a look? Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this, shall we? Gosh. For a second there I thought the picture moved up. Maybe it's something to do with the lamp? I don't know. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. Let's go. I'm desperate to know. I'm desperate to know. So am I. Come on, Gregson. Come on, you. What did you find? I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson! Really, it's been too long. What is it, Holmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. Oh, I think that hurt Holmes's feelings. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Oh, I think Gregson is going to tell us. All right then. Fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you! Do it quickly, my dear fellow! If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oh, stop making me out to be some kind of nut! There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? I think we can... A newspaper clipping. So it looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness! He committed a capital offence? Yeah, what did he do? Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewellery and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere and no one knows where, and now he's dead. Shit. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Jesus! Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard to see if I can turn anything up. So this is a newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Interesting. Can we look into that newspaper clipping more closely? Here we go. Manchester's condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strangeways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Okay, so that's one piece. Photographic print. Photographic print of what? So this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Wait, we saw this a boy before. That boy was. He was in the photograph that Miss Green had. So this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. So he's an art student. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. Oh, he looks so sweet. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garadeb's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You could take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? I know who he is. Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. I'm pretty sure that is against protocol, so it's fine. My dear Inspector. If I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. Yeah! All the more reason I'm not telling you. As a dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Oh, you try, Sherlock Holmes. The hidden photograph has been entered. A photographic print found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. It shows the landlord, Mr. Garadeb, together with a young man. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shakespeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garadeb was rather delighted to have been immortalised. He probably made a proud present of it. And then we got the tin box. What is in the tin box? Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? It does. A tin box can hold many secrets. Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? Let's see what's inside. If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. Empty. Now that makes it even more intriguing. What? Shakespeare, give us a clue, man. Why don't we spray in the tin? You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least you found out what's inside the box. Did we? Yes, there now. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. I shall examine the box. Kitty! Ah! Oh, hello! Oh, he's so cute! Oh, look at that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we've ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, he's so cute! He's adorable! Oh, wonderful! Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. So cute. Oh, it makes me want a kitty. No, he's a happy. He couldn't be happier now. Look, I still want to look at the tin box. Oh, we didn't get the... Why? Why didn't we get the tin box? There might be something there. Sad. I just hope it could bring some happiness to his owner, too. Why don't we examine the kitty? Kitty! Hi! Meow! Meow! Ah! Meow! Aww! That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. Oh, but he's so adorable. He is. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Alright, so we'd already talked to Gregson. The sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mr. Sato. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. So we're not going to look at the picture? Oh, I did not mean to click on that. We already read this. Stop! We're very harsh. We already know this. We just saw this. I did not mean to click on it. We're talking about the stain. Okay, I think we're good. Back. As opposed to remove to Briar Road. Let's have a look. 22nd of February, Briar Road. I don't think there's anything interesting around here. No. Really, nothing interesting. Nothing in Briar Road. Okay, no, that's fair. Let's move to Mr. Garadeb's room. 22nd of February, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room. Mr. Garadeb appears to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. We can't examine the area? Oh god. Oh god. It's still broken. Everything is still broken. We probably shouldn't poke around in here whilst Mr. Garadeb is out. Oh, we're not allowed to poke around. Alrighty then, we'll move. Prison. Let's go talk to Saseki. He's still depressed. 22nd of February, local prison, cell 9. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. Hi. I'm a cat. I'm defending him. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Sherlock Holmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Okay. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Try to. He already has. Completely. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. So, what is your name then? Indeed, I have no name. You are a cat that with no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I am not a cat. No, you are not. Nice try, though. It worked. He's back in the real world. Well, what's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Yes. Local student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but... The Reaper is omnipresent, in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. Alright, good dude. Let's have a talk one-to-one. This morning's trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analysing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn, sworn, Saseki certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspear then engaged in a Romeo and Juliet match. I'm so sorry about the noise. I think there's building work going on. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Gosh, it could be many things. Mr. Shamspear, let's talk about him. That rotten Shamspear, what have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. If I had the money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me. Why didn't we investigate his room? Capital offender. Might I ask, locum student Mr. Noah Hodder Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soap. Is that it? Do I present him with soap? Do you want some soap? Listen to me. What do you know about this? Oh, there it is! That lathery lowlife that took my neighbour's life and sent me sliding to the depths of despair. Slippery, sickly, psychotic saboteur. He's like a JoJo character. It's so funny. You've really gone off soap, haven't you? Absolutely, and I made up my mind. The next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's friendship, finished, family, forever. I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. Well, is that all? Do we move somewhere else? Can we go back to Mr. Garadeb's room? He's not here yet. What do I do? Maybe I need to present people with something. Would he know anything about the envelope? And offer the person with a... What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. No. I wonder if we need to go see Miss Green. Oh, is it just going to be the same thing? I want to converse with Miss Green. Because she has a picture. Of the same guy. Oh, there he is. That's the same guy. We can't see the painting. don't think I need to show anything to... We need... Oh, maybe I go back to Bio Road. Maybe there's something... Something happened? No? Okie dokie. Right, we'll go back to prison. I feel like there's more to present. There's nothing more to converse. Ah, the teacups. We'll let it play out. Ah, I don't think it's not that. Right. The picture. Nope, that doesn't... I wonder if that boy is Mr. Garadeb's son. What if something happened to the boy? No. He says we should go over to his house, but... We should go over to his lodgings, but... The game won't let us. Hi, Hema! Hello! Welcome to the stream! Show the picture of Mr. Garadeb and the boy. We should give that a try. We do know anything about this? No, he doesn't. God damn it. Sadness? Why? Oh, I hope you get better, Hema. Maybe the article. Do you know anything about the article? Ah! What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Sham's spare room. Oh. Ah. So he knew, did he? Ooh. Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer. And the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my logic. Wait. What? 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 He's already taken one young man's life and now he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. He knows about this. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Ah, we're getting somewhere. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. Oh, okay. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house. What? He lived? Where you do now? That's right, yes, exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was three months ago now. Oh wow, that was very recent then. And that's when it started. The curse. The curse. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death, a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Oh, shit! Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. The convict's curse. Let's go, let's go! Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. Asphyxia. I think that's losing oxygen or stopping you from breathing. Asphyxia. Yeah. Yeah. Suffocation, basically. Okay. Yes. Jesus. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Hang on. This might link to the gas. Gas? I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garadeb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I had known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. That's probably why he didn't tell you before you signed the contract. Landlord's lease, luckily, legal! Lucky for Mr. Garadeb, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you? It is! At first! I just felt as though I was being watched, all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? They're trying to take me with them. They could come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever could be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garadeb's rooms. Thank you. This helps a lot. Looks like Mr. Garadeb has got some explaining to do. He best be there. Ah, it sounds like he's there. 22nd of February, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room. Ah, there he is. Are you here now, Mr. Garadeb? Right bally business it is for me, you know, getting out and about. Yes, sir. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally, a fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that, and not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed or haunted lodgings. Yes. Do you know that your lodgings is haunted? Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. That's the old haunted lodgings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. At least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Sorry. Oh, this time Sherlock is with us! Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. He was a juror as well, wasn't he? Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see. He's up. That means we could talk to him. So what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Guess we're conversing with him. Your lodgings. Some fishy fella from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and kills over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, I can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. Yeah. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think if you had a mishap already, sir. I mean, he's not wrong. That's not helpful, Mr. Holmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. Alrighty then, your lodgers. Some fishy fella from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Garadeb. That's right. Mr. Natsumi is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. You never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspeare been lodging under your roof? That's a good question. That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Wait, what? 3 months? But the convict died 3 months ago. That's suspicious. Wait, I'm right? The convict died 3 months ago. Only 3 months? He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garadeb, if I may ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Yay. Do Selden and Shamspeare have some kind of connection then? It sounds like it. That's scary. Or even worse, probably the same person. No, Selden died. He died of natural causes. But we don't know what those natural causes are. That convict chap Selden passed away in a clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other. Yes, we've seen a report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. this world we inhabit? Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent. Terribly sorry or whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears. If the room on the middle floor's taken, it's ground floor or nothing. Very well, we have an accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Bioworld. Hello, Shakespeare dance to celebrate. I fucking hate him so much. Well, dance off. From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears over the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrett. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown, I have immortal longings in me. What? What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I've never heard of his lines. What does that mean? I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then? I mean, okay. So there's a photo of him. Let's show him this. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? It's like an art student. Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. Right. Duncan Ross. A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot just for kicks, really. Oh. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Moustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in a room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Lodger's death. So he was still around when Shamspear came. Yes, Duncan Ross, young chap, was attending art school, had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe. Yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. I see, so that's why he was so focused on the gas. Ah yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bally collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stover must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. I suppose that makes sense if the gas was on and there's no windows because it's blocked off by the bricks. Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes are so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Nasime says the same thing, that the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that's a bally curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Ooh, things are just getting spookier and spookier. Ah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. Ooh, a love letter, you mean? Yes, where did that put it? No. Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Mr. Sato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Holmes, no. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. I'm looking at it. We don't have it. Rude. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Sorry about that, I was talking to someone. There is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Is it Miss Green? Mr. Holmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colourful darling, Olive Green. Knew it. Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? It does sound like a coincidence. Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato. I love Sherlock Holmes. Wow. So we converse, we talk to Mr. Garadeb. Are we going to Miss Green? Let's see, Miss Green. "22nd of February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves... Ah! What is it? Oh. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. Yeah, what was she drinking? One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. I don't know why I'm making her sound like Minnie Mouse, but, you know, let's roll with it. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's all right. I don't really have anything else to tell you. All right, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. Coax something out of her. Is a... Well, hospital discharge. Let's talk to her. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh, yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk. That's for sure. What should we present? Well, we should present the picture. Why do we not have the note to give her? Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? I'll take that as a yes. What is that? Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Is that medicine? Miss Green, are you alright? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. I was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. Aww. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. What? That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Garadeb's. Yes, he told me he'd found the worst, but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. Oh, I feel so bad for Miss Green. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. I mean, she's sad, but now I see that she has every reason to feel that the universe is against her. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but Would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you were not about to leave? That's quite out of the question. But, Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Good old Sherlock. Mr. Holmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? I don't know if I'm pronouncing all of that correctly. Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There's a rat drinking the medicine behind Sherlock. Drink it. There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. There's a rat. I think the rat is dead, actually. I think that was poison. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think... Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor. And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Wait, would it be the same poison? Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently. Always trust the Sato in this. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? The answer is yes. Miss Green, please talk to us. Right, we're gonna look at other things. What is this? It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Holmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Wait, can you do that? "10 seconds later, we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green." Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Yeah, it would be very hard to get poison, right? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. So, wait, what? That's a bit reckless, isn't it? Leaving the cabinet door opening that's full of medicines. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, it's all my fault. What have I done? Oh, I do feel bad for Miss Green. I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection? No, none. And the card. Would this be the suicide note? Oh my god, there's the envelope! Neither the sender's name or address appeared to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Would that be the new location? The Slug and Salad? Also, what a terrible name. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. So it can't all be a coincidence. I feel like there's a coincidence. The Slug and Salad. Yes, a pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Shall we go there? Briar Road, being the street that Mr. Garadip's house is on. Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. Yeah, we didn't actually know what she was doing on Briar Road, actually. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. Well, frick! I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but well, that's how all this has made me feel. Alright, we'll leave her be. She went through a lot. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Holmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare, Mr. Garadeb's lodgings, the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Barak von Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course, although I was late to rise this morning. Tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Holmes, you're going to come? Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. Woo! London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. It's more now, but away from the razzle-dazzle down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Saseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. Ooh. So from that, we're going to take a little bit of a break. I need to go to the loo and get a drink. We shall save this, and then we'll get to the trial. So this is trial part 2. We shall have a bit of a break. So use this time to get a drink, go get food, go to the loo like I am. I'll put some music on. And yeah, I shall see you guys in a little bit. I am back. Let us go. 23rd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendants Antechamber. Hopefully this won't... Oh, dear God. That's a jump scare. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Sato. Suffering! Saseki! Selfishly sidelined! Ah! Well, you had your eyes closed and not talking to us, so... Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why? Because you have your eyes closed? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk to your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example! Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. Yes, you can totally tell he is very, very calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. We didn't came to see you. I was sure you'd abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. I don't think he could do that. I don't think he can go home in the middle of a trial. You've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway, I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. Oh, very calm indeed. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. All right. I think I know what the important decision is. It would seem Mr. Holmes isn't coming today after all. What? I was hoping you would. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. God damn it. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Let's go. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend anymore than I believe in Saseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. Let's hope this will be smooth sailing. Let's go. "23rd of February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. Here are the same juries. Oh, let the Queen be! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please, be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all. God, her words sting, don't they? Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead this flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Von Zeeks, what can you tell us? What can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. And he won't say anything. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savour a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analysed it, and yes, you're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. Woo! That's good to hear. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. Woo! What a revelation. Yes. Yes. Nicely done. As I suspected. Woo! Well, that's good. That's good to hear. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsume, is blameless. Objection! My learned friend has jumped into conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? Is he saying that there might be poison in the water? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare. Well, yes, I presume it might be herbal tea. Whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Oh, the victim? Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, and it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand. I hate that smile so much. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company. Yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten, kept all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, ain't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of Father Easter than Verona did contrive to poison me. He didn't. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shakespeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. He's so annoying. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. You got some explaining to do, Shakespeare. The tea inconsistency. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. Wait, what? Is it did? What? What the fuck is he talking about? Wasn't his saying, drink while the tea is hot? Ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison being not found in the tea, I did pour into the moulds of soap. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite, otherwise it would be disastrous if the poison were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. Why don't we ever go to his room? His room is like Saseki's room. His room has been mentioned numerous of times, and not once did we go in. Why? I feel like we should. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shakespeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen, he gets really scary and threatening. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Queen Bee, please stay on my side, please. Juror number 4. Yes, my lord. Looks like we're pressing him. Let's go. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot.
Hold it!
I understand that you are already acquainted with Mr. Natsume. Is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first thee. Zounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue, afore thou turnst thy hand to lawyering. I'm English. I have no clue what you're saying. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Yeah. You're saying... Oh, you mean Shakespearean. The only Shakespeare I have learned was Romeo and Juliet, Much Ado About Nothing, and Merchant of the Venice. I wish I've learned more, though. Verily and in truth, 'twas a fine flavoured brew, though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shakespeare. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday. Either that, or I'm in worse form. That fated evening after I did dine, at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report, naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison.
Hold it!
Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? Ah, if he saw it, then why did he drink it? To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea? Thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched, would I have the choice. Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched. Right, no ice coins means no heating. The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shakespeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him. With the greatest of pleasure, my liege. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, it ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. That's not true, but I don't know how to prove that. But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did not the fellows a cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly it was after I had made the coins of ice from his tea. An upset cup was found on a table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here. It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. It does. Yes, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? Yes. No, I'm not sure that's it. So that statement bothers me too. I think we need to show the teacups. Something's not quite right. I don't think he drank from his tea, because if I remember, there was a stained ring in the teacup. Thank you, witness, which shows it's been brewed in there for too long. Now reiterate for the court that what it is that occupied you after your guests had left and before you drank your tea. When he departed by-a-by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice.
Hold it!
Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right? To cheat or to die, 'tis life's only choice. Yes. Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I don't. I'd be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task. You go, Queen Bee. I don't know what he's doing. I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run nor to hide. But, my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I like to do with you, starting with a shoddy shirt on your back. It's time for a Shakespeare dance. I think he does that when he's nervous or terrified. Would you be distracted by this dance? Yes, you would. Because he's scared. He's scared of getting caught. What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. It wasn't irrelevant, but okay. Consider that a warning, counsel. Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here? Yeah. Mr. Shakespeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct? To cheat or to die. I did make my choice many moons ago. Oh, he's so annoying. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the moulds of soap.
Hold it!
So he's saying he poured the tea from Natsume's cup. If having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time. Once ensnared in my literary debate, and naught else be found in the furrows of the mind. The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? And who was the stronger of the two? Rightly did I pay no heed of the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow. I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening? My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea, ought I tepid be. Tepid! Oh no, I don't agree with that. I don't think it should be tepid. Oh, no, the tea should be hot. It should be hot. Hot as a furnace. Tepid. God damn. Ah yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. Well, to be fair, that is also very, very true. You can make tea in many different ways. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Sasaki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today... It feels as though everybody is against us, Mr. Naruhodo. Duh. It must be the Reaper's poison. I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in his testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty. It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. I think I know what to do. I think it's that. I think I need to show the teacups in this statement.
Objection!
Yeah. Let's go. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How, chop logic. What is this, ye darky clad fiend? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right! It's completely clean, absolutely! Yes. And prithee, sir, what makes thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right. Yes, the jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. Huh? If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Yeah, it was perjury. 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 To the nunnery. What does that mean? To the nunnery.
Objection.
It sounds so Monty Python. As a rule, I fill my hollowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. That's a lot of wine, though. How are you not drunk through this trial? Well, to be fair, he throws more wine than drinking it. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. Ha! Irrelevant! On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in a small teapot left at the scene? There wasn't a teapot though. There was a kettle. a fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes at night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup below. When I looked, 'twas empty, and thus did I use the dregs that fested in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. There was no teapot, and you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that? Objection! People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. We don't have a teapot, but in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only, and secondly, that this spoilt cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words... Oh, his cape is off! The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. Well, the jury is not happy with us. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favourites. A broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad. What? No. Oh, sorry, I was thinking strychnine would be in the salad, but no, I think that was way before. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows never forget the simple truth. That be one thing and this be another. Do as all your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. Really? By me? What did I do? I do declare you may be right. Well, no, the wafer there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? What? No, we never said that. What? He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. I'm getting the facts right. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. Really? I do not understand a single word of him. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury of foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't yet! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now. But I hope the Queen Bee won't say guilty. Please don't say guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Oh, come on, Queen Bee! You hate Shakespeare! I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day! How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's rights. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Let's go! Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Let's go. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Queen Bee, you got a lot to say about this. This stuff explodes, it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gases. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Okay, dude. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? You're really against us. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. A little bit. But never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shakespeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. Let's go! No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Let's go, let's go. Look at him being smug in the background. Prick. Ugh. I suppose we're pressing them.
Hold it!
Hold it. All the evidence, you say? What evidence? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the big mustache. Yeah, which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, this summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Ooh! Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madame. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should ultimate gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Ah, yes, madame. It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Aha. Oh, what a beastly man. Oh, there you go. Is that going to change your verdict now? That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea, stealing gas, utterly unforgivable. No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. Weren't you listening? I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It is made up as a price of gas. Well, fuck you, juror number 2. I never liked you. Stuff exploding can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gases.
Hold it!
Could you please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'll take poison over gas every time. You take poison? I'm so confused. What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? No, I suppose not. Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Will do, Queen Bee. God damn, what is he talking about? Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah, there we go. You're right, I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Well, I wasn't expected to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Hold it!
Hold it! Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. Ah, see what you did there? All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? I mean, that's true. She's not wrong. A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. I mean, that's also not true. And the explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madame. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious or reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madame? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. It kind of was. Always against each other. We generate gas, we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madame. Alderman is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they still are gas, you see, and sell that. Oh, shit! Wait. Where does this company get the gas from? Sorry. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Actually, that is really rotten. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They'll probably double it as well because it's not their gas. They don't need money to produce gas. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft! When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Oh, excuse me! That was the first reaction.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? What was that? Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. Uh-huh. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Oh, yes. I just got a little wild about it recently, you see. Go on. An ultimate gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. Weird. Blowing into it? What do you think you're doing, young man? Yeah, what? I'm so confused. You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows, but it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. Really? And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Wait, what? Will flicker for a moment? Flicker for a moment. Did Mr. Garadeb say that the lights flicker? Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker. You can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. You can guess what happened, can't you? Or the gas came out. Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker. They went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. Oh, shit. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you going to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe... Hang on. I wonder if that's what Shamsby been doing with that light. That's why there's so many handprints all around. Maybe. It's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Bisanahodo, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues. Like I said, madame, it's widely known already. Very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Let's go. Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. And then you're in real trouble. So do I press him? When you say extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all. Shit. That's true of every building. Because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea that it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe. It's not something we like to publicize, to be honest. Oh, oops, did not mean to do that. But we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Indeed, it has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers even. Is that so? It's been very recently. And sorry about that. Something just came up, so I had to sort it out. An incident involving a gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, it's finally started to fall into place. The secret link that joins all of these strange occurrences. Wait, do I have to press her as well?
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway. Oh, I think we've already pressed her about this. Yeah, we've heard about this. We found the missing link. Something about the gas companies. Very difficult indeed. I mean, that's true. Oh, clearly this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already. I concur. Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career in nothingness. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. You will turn your attention to the next juror's assertion, please, counsel. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Oh dear. You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now. Sounds like he's having a really bad marriage. Sounds like him and his wife needs counselling. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one, and when I don't get any wages, I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face as she sips some white powder into my cup. Ugh. And do you drink it anyway? I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. That doesn't sound good. What happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. Oh, it's salt. I think that's completely different. And I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Wow. Let's move on, please. If nothing else past the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Hold it!
Hold it! Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning? Sorry? What's that now? Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night... What's the matter with you? Sorry? I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Nothing? If Yes, there was. He ate food. Haven't you been listening to me at all? I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Oh dear, compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is he has selective hearing. Exactly, but still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shakespeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way and not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh? Like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you'd like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'll be more than happy to, of course. Once again, Saseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear my advice my assistant may be able to offer. So perhaps I ought to let Sasato-san remind me. Then again... Oh yeah, refresh my memory. I need to do something. I need to show that when a particular juror is talking, the other jurors will be listening naturally. Most of the time, when people are speaking themselves, they are careful not to give away more than they want to. But when they're listening to others speak, they tend to be less guarded. Yes, that's very true. So if you see people... Oh, yeah. We've already done that. In the center of the screen. By using AD, you can move... Yeah, I remember this so vividly. But we've already did that. We did that with the dude. So wait. Do I have to press him again? So do I have to pit these two?
Objection!
No. Ah, god damn it! I'm trying. Apparently this is the clue, right? Do I press him again?
Hold it!
There's the Englishman with the bigger mustache. What do you mean I have to show him evidence? This is the clue, right? They said this is the clue. This is about salt in the tea. Oh, I'm so confused. I did turn it around. Hmm. Hmm. It's something to do with this dude's statement.
Objection!
Hmm. I don't understand this one. There is no inconsistencies with his statements. One of them is just talking about his wife's tea. Hmm. Hmm. Guys, do you have the answer? Because I'm very lost in this one. I don't like it that there's an arrow on this side, but you can't go back. Hmm. We got. Okay, I suppose we'll press the jurors again.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the big mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, this summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or place, to be discussing the price of gas, madame. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should ultimate gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Oh fuck, I did not mean to do that either. Interject here. Ah, yes, madame? It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt moustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tears, stealing gas, utterly unforgivable. No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas. Guy with hat, blonde hair? Yes, what about him? I mean, I could press him to see what he says. When you say extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all. That's true of every building. Because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea that it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe. It's not something we like to publicize, to be honest. But we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Choose him, yes, but who are we pitting him against? We need to find two contradiction statements. Indeed, it has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers even. Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too very recently. An incident involving the gas stove going out inexplicably almost leading to someone's death. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, it's finally started to fall into place. The secret link that joins all of these strange occurrences. Yes. With the white beard. Oh, you might be right. Hi, Ace. Hello. How are you doing? How are things, lovely? You stream, don't you, Ace? Let me give you a shout out. Love Ace Attorney games. Same. I absolutely love them.
Lewis and Marty come popping out of it, and they go both running in two different directions.
No way.
Just chilling at work as usual. That's fair enough. How is work going? worries, Ace. No worries. Always happy to give out shout-outs. How are you? I hope work is going for you. Is going well for you. All right, so we're pitting him. With him.
Objection.
Nice one, Hema. I presume it's a easy day Friday, right? That's fair enough. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, Counsel? Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Eh? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lip on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Oh, what's he got to say? What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good Lord! Are they tasty, their gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or was the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him, For shame, madame, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection.
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection.
It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Show it, show it. That would be the photo. No, this one.
Take that.
What the? To be fair, in this photo it looks very rude. These are, wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, Counsel. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Holmes fella, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here, around the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appeared to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it! The gas lamp! Well, the reason why isn't immediately obvious. It's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. I have no idea what's going on in this case, but this is wild. So, I don't know if you played this on Ace Venos, but this is the sequel to another case in this game. Basically, the guy that we defended before, we have to defend him again because he's been accused of poisoning a William Shakespeare wannabe. And at the moment, he says that the poison comes from the tea that our defendant is giving him, but it's possible that he might have got poisoned by the gas, where he's tried to do his best to not pay for the gas. And now we're figuring out that oh, have you played the third Ace Attorney game? The third one is wild. What have you been up to, Nut? I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe will make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Ah, nice. I think you're gonna like the third one. The third one is so wild. I need to keep an eye on your channel. I really loved the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Oh, he stopped. Whilst I'll acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during the summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defence, the so-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Holmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
Hold it!
Please, my lord, if I may. I love Susato's hold it. They're so cute. Mr. Sato, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wished to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain the possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not fair to... the old man is like, nope. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. It's just one more juror changes his or her mind. I don't think Mr. Foreman will. Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Miss Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Oh wow, Shamspear is like not doing too good. Mr. Shamspear, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. Oh, I have to do something else? Very well, continue, counsel. It must be...
Objection.
No? I only got 2 hit points left. Then it must be... Is it number 5 and number 4?
Objection.
I'm so confused. Do I have to press them again? Oh fuck, I pressed... Hang on. Well, the innocent people we don't have to deal with anymore. Let's... we only got one shot. It's all pointed to the Japanese man with the mustache. Englishman with a mustache. Right, a question. What do you make of that? What? Your so-called skin prints? Yes. It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shakespeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides... Yes? Even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait! Oh, no, I'm about to guilty. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Please, okay. Mr. Holder, if it can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. I can't prove it with evidence. But we do have testimony from Mr. Garadeb, I think. It was Mr. Garadeb, I think.
Take that!
No, I've lost. Nah. I'm honestly gonna have to leave it there. I'm starting to get very tired. God damn it. Unless I could give it another try.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
You know what? I could try this again. think. Bring in Natsume. I don't think... Oh, Natsume! Yes, you're right. Why did I say Mr. Garadeb? They don't know. Wait, do I have to do the whole thing again? I have to do the whole thing again. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have any energy. I'm gonna save this. And then I will try again at another date. I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm way too tired. At least I know what to do. That is true. That is true. But I think that's okay. Get some rest. Oh, thank you, Ace. Thank you. I'm sorry, Hema. But we'll try again next week. Don't you worry. In the meantime... Ace, do you know if Raid Lady is available to raid? I haven't raided her in a while. Who is available to raid? Oh, next week is too long. Oh, I'm sorry. Raid Lady is... I will come back soon, I promise. I just started to get too tired. The investigation took it all out of me. I'm gonna raid Lady, everyone. So do give her all the love. She's a lovely streamer. Oh, that's fair enough. But this one is very, very generous because it does let you retry from the scene. I am going to stream Sunday. Yes. But it might not be Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I don't know. We will see. We will see. Depends on what I'm feeling today. But anyways, I'm gonna send you over to Wade Lady. Yes, and so I shall leave it there. Thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. I do hope that you very much enjoy it. Yes, I will be back on Sunday, but I don't know what I should stream. I should probably finish this case, if I'm going to be honest, depending on how I feel on Sunday. Wade Lady is currently playing Stardew Valley, so do give her all the love in the world. But if you're interested in seeing me stream on Sunday, do come by and say hi. I greatly appreciate you. And yeah, do take care, everyone. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I shall see you guys on Sunday. Bye bye.